New game? Oh. This is new.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
Audio's
The
good.
revolution
Thanks.
washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
It says it's at negative 25 decibels. Whoa. Someone just got shot.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
That's who we are. We shot someone. The Great Departure. The Adventure of the Great Departure. Okay. Oh, it's just like the old games. Hey, okay. November 22nd, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court Jurisdictor Defendants Antechamber 5. Wait, is autoplay on it? Oh, no, I don't want autoplay. I still can't believe it. Oh, is there really no audio? Wait, what is history? Oh, thank God. They finally added over the original games that didn't have this. Oh, thank God. See? Audio. I'm just kind of curious. Okay. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Oh, wow. So they got like all the sound effects from the original game. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Ellipsis. Sorry. I thought it actually had voice acting. My name is Ryu no Suki. Ryo no Suki. Naru Hodo. Is that how you pronounce that? Kitty, is that how you pronounce that? Naru Hodo. Ryu no Suki. K, not Ki. Ruki. Nahodo's right? Is Ruki no... Wait. Ruki no Suki. No, wait. Is it... Okay. Ryu no Suke. That's how you pronounce it? Ryu no Suke? I've played too many Japanese games. I'm a second year student at the Imperial Yumi University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, waiting my trial. That's enough. Oh, who's this guy? Look at this model. Yo, it's not, look at these 3D models. He's not obligated to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on this case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Yes. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. This man just waved the katana in your face, dude. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Oh, the smirk. Look at the smirk. Right? Okay, wait. Okay, so Ri Yunosuke? Yeah, it's like Ryu from Street Fighter, right? Ryu Nosuke. Oh. Yeah, yes, of course. Sorry. Ellipsis. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. Ellipsis. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. So I guess they're not going to have the name puns in this game for, like, the characters' names are going to be punny based upon the court case. Though, I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Oh, boy. It's pronounced Ryu no Sake? Sake? Yumi office... Yumi... Yumi University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up and hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I believe you're innocent. Ryu no... The U at the end of his name, I meant... Sorry, I think I should have clarified. This U right here? In the Sue? Ryu no Sue... Oh, I see what you... Ryu no... Okay. How do you pronounce it? Ryu no Sake. That you. Oh. I didn't know that was the you were talking about. Oh, okay. Ryu no Sake. Ryu no Sake? God damn, that is a mouthful from Phoenix. Kazama. Oh, God, his last name. Sugoi. I still hear the you. Shh. Shh. Doesn't exist. Kazuma Sugoi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yumi University. But he's far more clever than I. Star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. I was reading that! He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergrad. I didn't press anything either. It went on its own. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes. That's when all this started. Look, this guy's no Mai, okay? Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and success in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal systems in the world. I'm really happy for you. and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuha's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. You mean this headband? I want to bring out change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear. Look at the time. I'd better be going. All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Oh, and this is where he shoots the guy? Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. He still has, he has this like Japanese school uniform on. It was straight after that when it happened. Hey, good morning, Hate Boy. Yeah, this is like your student. This is like a student setup, or a non-summer student setup, I should say. Asogi, may I have a word? Oh, look at that salt and pepper. It is very. You're talking about. It is. Look, he's Strider's great uncle. Okay, come on. Strider got it from someone. Professor. I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now, Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. Ah, to His Excellency's chambers. Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about the procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at the university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Look at her kimono. Now, wait. Now, chat, it's a kimono in general, right? But when they wear it in the summer, it's called a yukata, right? It depends on the season. Right then. Oh, God damn it, his name. Or is a yukata the male version? Ryu no Sake. Ryu no Sake. I have no earthly idea. Well, it's called a kimono. I've always known it. I've always known it as a kimono, but I recently, well, I shouldn't say recently, but as of like last year, I learned it goes by another name as a yukata, but I don't know the difference. But I think you wear a yukata in the summer, and a kimono, or like maybe a kimono is much more elaborate than a yukata. Kimonos and yukata are different. Oh, are they? A yukata are subcategories of kimono. Oh, okay. I see. So it's like a type of kimono. Hold on. I gotta drink some water. They're made from different materials. So what she's wearing is a kimono, though. Kimonos are older, more traditional, and more expensive garments. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Because it definitely seemed like yukatas were more not as elaborate. Yeah, yukatas are casual. Yeah, or common, I should say. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it seemed. Okay. I'll see you in the courtroom. Why does he have a sword? Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Is it Kazuma or Kazuma? It's probably Kazuma. Now that I think about it. Ellipsis. Oh god, are we going to be doing this again? Is this going to be the return of Ellipsis? I haven't done this in so long. Ellipsis. Do you remember? Ellipsis. Ugh. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryusunoka Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Miko Toba. No, that's me. Or no, that's not my. That's me. Toba. Yujin. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yumi University. Ah, Professor Miko Toba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's really pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Yeah, you pronounced this name right? I remember my Japanese a bit. Fuck. Dude, these names are much more Japanese than the original games. God damn. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Oh. Explanation point. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted the permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if you should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? Ah, as I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had the feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. Ellipsis. He agreed to defend me knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas studies. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. Ellipsis. But I didn't do it, I swear. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceeding gets underway. Ellipsis. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that would lead to a conviction. All right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Ah, it would seem our... Dude, what is this word? Serpentuous? Hold up. I actually don't know what this word is. Surreptitious? Is this surreptitious?
Surreptitious.
Surreptitious. Keep secret, especially because it would not be approved of. Okay. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Azuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Uzama's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolute no idea what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. In my native language, Welsh, we pronounce I and E and Y as I also. Oh, really? November 22nd, 9 a.m. Supreme Court, courtroom number 2. So this is a courtroom. Look at his eyes. Oh, who's going to be the judge? The Supreme Court director. No court in the land has more power. Don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Powers that have been demanded that this. The powers that have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? Trial that's closed to the ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll be clear in time. But for now, who's going to be the prosecutor? You need to concentrate. Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh my god, are you serious? That's going to be the... He's going to be the prosecutor? Oh my god. Not this guy again. Yo, look at the judge. He's not bald though. It's Mr. Payne all over again. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. How do you pronounce this name? Yuchi? Did I pronounce it? Yuchi? I know that's Chi. You? Oh my god, he got the... Dude, why are they picking on him by giving him this haircut? This haircut's stylish. How are you enjoying being a lawyer? I think it's great so far. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That is correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obligated. No, I am obliged to ask for a final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? I'm supposed to say I do. This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, ellipsis. I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Wait and see? Kazuma is the lawyer. Kazuma is the lawyer here. I can't defend myself. If I said I do, it would be tantamount to lying. And I've been accused of murder, for goodness sakes. This is no time for lies. Oh, God, what's going to happen? Try stop fidgeting. Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. God damn it, I keep saying the U. It's distracting. If I don't say that I'll defend myself. But if I say I don't, but if I don't say I'll defend myself now, things could end very badly for my friend. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope...
Yes!
Wait, what? No, they do it automatically! Oh, come on! What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Ryunosuke. 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 Suke. Ryunosuke. Suke. Suke. Okay. I got it to where I don't have the U in it. Ryunosuke. Okay. Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? You gotta soften that S too. Shush! He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. Ellipsis. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. I'll leave that up to other people's imagination. No, not that, really. That's even worse. It's just that, well, it's on the off chance that things don't go well for me. I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Ellipsis. Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in this. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Oh, there it is. Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's completely blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. Look at his eyes twitching. I know, it's great. It's so great because Phoenix Wright was in 2D and now they're all like 3D modeled. This is fantastic. But they have like some of the same, like this guy he was in the first game. He's the first court case you go against and he looks exactly the same. Except now he's in 3D. This is great. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of the Okay, I keep fucking this. Hold on. I have no problem admitting when I'm dumb.
Judicature.
Judicature. Judicature? The administration of justice. Hold on.
Judicature.
Judicature. Oh my god, my heart. What? Oh, was it loud? Oh, I'm sorry. Is that loud? It probably is, isn't it? Sorry. I keep forgetting. I have like multiple volumes I have to tweak. I forgot to tweak that one. My bad. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. I should get these games. I always wanted to be a lawyer. The first collection's not bad either by any stretch either. And it's probably cheaper too if you've never played those. This one is actually the first time it's ever been brought to the West too. This used to be exclusive in Asia only. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes. Your Excellency. Dude, he is. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But... wait. I am so nervous. I can't even remember that. What was it again? This is just bringing me back to every single time Phoenix did this. Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of E. Just press the E button, chat. You can access the court record. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press E for the court record. All right. There's no time to lose. This is pretty much the same. Okay. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, press Z to go back. Can I go over? A second year at the Imperial Yumi University, or Yumai University. He's my best friend, and despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. He's 23 years old. A medical school professor at the Imperial Yumi University. He's an Authorian in forensic science, or forensic medicine, and Kazuma's mentor. The lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the change of the culture reformation has brought about. 51. The victim of this case, John H. Wilson, 47. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yumai University from the British Empire. Damn, he died? Ouch. That's not good. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record and then press R to present. Try it now.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Hisk. Well, at least you can remember the name of the esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yumai University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such a profound implication. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiation. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anago-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilled on our soil. You two are both undergrads at the Imperial Yumai University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education? Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is continuing under great scrutiny. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting English's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities. Is that it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. Okay, they're really hamming this home. He was an Englishman, got it. He was visiting 3 years ago. He's been here for 3 years. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh, are we gonna search the scene of the crime now? Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Hey, what's going on, Luke? The British Empire. Wow. It's incredible to think Ellipsis. Wait. Oh, there's Wilson. I've seen that man at the university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. Yeah, how do we get the gun in our hand? So I went over to the professor's table. Oh, it looks like a jolly old guy. And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. And then this is when the bad happened. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Cause of death. Well, obviously that was Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up with evidence. By evidence, but how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death. Select present. Do it now. Proof that I'm a university student at my university. I always wear it on the collar of my skate. They have this back again. This is so dumb. Present.
Yes.
Yes. The evidence that clearly shows the victim's cause of death is, of course, this. Oh, and on what basis do you present this evidence? Well, because it was in the court records, of course. Slow down. Why did you pick that? Isn't there something more relevant looking? Well, now that you say that, I suppose. Pick the wrong piece of evidence again. And it won't be a mystery as to your cause of death. Eeks! He sounds and looks deadly serious. Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death. How's the Great Ace? The Great Aka Attorney? Well, I'm not in this game because if I was in this game, Luke, everybody would be not guilty. So, I'm not in this game. We're playing as Ryunosuke Naruhoba. Everybody knows that Akamatzu is the greatest lawyer that has ever graced the courtroom. Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2... Wait. Death occurred a little bit after 2 p.m. and was caused by a loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body, so it lodged in his body.
Yes.
I now understand how this isn't real law. Oh yeah, no, this is not real law at all. Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhage death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is it. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. Okay, so he said he died at 2 p.m. due to a loss of blood and the bullet hole did not penetrate him. And he got shot in the chest, too. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Yeah, I think you can draw that conclusion. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. The photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. Okay. If you play this game, do you still have to do jury duty? No. No. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail's incredible. If you had to do that, that'd be awful. Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Wow, that wasn't even the trial. That wasn't even the start. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Oh, you remember we saw somebody. We saw another guy in the room. He had like a beard. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what Professor had in mind. The Professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly, you're the defense lawyer today. Not me. But that doesn't mean. Well, I can still act as your assistant. Of course. Well, he was speaking with me before. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazama Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Wait, what the heck is this? His oar? What is that? Almighty powerful Google. Aura? An unusual lever since the mechanical advantage is less than 1. I don't think I've ever seen that. No. Maybe, but in any help you can give me, any help you could give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. It's it's British terminology. Yeah, I never wait a minute. Hey, yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of it. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. It means putting your nose in someone else's business. Oh, okay. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. That's a nice taco emote you got there, Rock Lobster. I don't remember. Oh, yeah, we did see this guy. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at the Western restaurant called La Carnival. Carnival? Whoa! Buddy, internal bleeding is bad. Are you all right? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really, really should. As everyone knows, the capital southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. It's grim. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants. An occasional, wait a minute, Occidental eatery 3 days ago? Occidental eatery. Understood. Also, Kosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the inspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, pestering maybe, but inspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We had a few dinners at the same time of day. We have a few diners at the same time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. This fits in with my memory of it, too. There were hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up the gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
Objection! I love the way this guy says it. I believe I asked you to refrain from your petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defendant Naruhodo. Hey, what's going on, Cut? How's it going? Cut, they put you in the game. Here you are right here. You got a Strider headband. I didn't know you were a descendant of Strider. Cut, why didn't you ever tell us? Don't worry, Ryu no Soki. You got a katana too, Cut? You have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. He's only cool because his name is Kazuva. It's Kazuma Kiru. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in the court today. This dude is coughing up a lot of blood. You don't just cough up blood like that back in like 13,000 casually, okay? Without dying. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was another guy there. We saw it in the opening of the case. There was no one else around that table. Oh, he's even saying he wasn't there. What's the matter, Ryuno Sake? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there's another guy there. Oh, he had a girl. There was a woman sitting opposite of him at his table. Okay, we didn't see that lady. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Interject.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Objection! Dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Asanogaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of the events is hazy? They do say, though, that key eyewitnesses to a crime are some of the most unreliable people that you can have in court, because they remember the events not accurately. They remember it the way they remember it and not the way it actually happened. Because they allow their biasness to come in and take over what happens. It's like crazy high how eyewitnesses are like not reliable. Their reliability rate is like extremely low. Ellipsis. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. Notice he's not coughing blood. Have you ever watched My Cousin Vinny? No, but I've seen clips of it. Isn't that the same guy in Goodfellas? I don't believe it. Oh, now he's coughing blood. It is? Okay, so I saw him in Goodfellas, but I never seen My Cousin Vinny. Did that come out before or after? I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look at it if you like. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout. Drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Yeah, I don't buy this, dude. Well, you're clearly a very consensuous waiter? Yeah, that's bullshit. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court's record as evidence to be used against you. Well. Oh, there it is. There it is. This dude, guilty. Is there a problem? And the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court's record. Wait, wouldn't he be coughing up blood like crazy during this? He did not want us to. He did not want us to have this. This is going to be used to catch him in a lie. Hey, Rain, good morning. So. I like how he does the old school, puts his hands out before he touches the table. Oh my god. So the court has now heard precise of the case. Yes. At the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on the trial today. That can't be right. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Ellipsis. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellencies. If you admit your guilt at this state, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. Now, in other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I recall this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. Wait. He just said that he was the only guy there, though. How can you have more than one witness at the scene of the crime if the waiter just said that he was the only one there? Hold up. Ellipsis. Who's the main character? It's this guy. Ryunosuke. Or Ryunosuke. What do you think I should do, Kazama? Kazama is such a cool name. What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Ellipsis. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these I can't speak today. Peculiarities. Kazama should ask Majima. He's back here. He's right here. You just can't see him. You said it. Professor Miko Toba said it. And so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. Ellipsis. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you just going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. Ellipsis. Whoa! Whoa! The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Oh, there's the finger. He has the finger. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Oh, did you hear that? Oh my God, he sounds so confident about himself. Indeed. Prosecution Ayuchi, please continue with the proceedings. Tisk. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Ugh. I know the fan. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witness. Is it going to be the woman? Very well. Officer, bring forth the witness at once. Who's it going to be? We saw this guy. This was the guy we saw. Witnesses, kindly state your name and occupations for the court. When did we see this guy? Yes, sir. The Great Napoleon Imperial Army Sergeant. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Isa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employed as a proprietor of fine articles for the inquiry for the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon. Why is his head so damn narrow? It's like his head is squished together, literally. And conduct my trade from the Ratsutin, a humble premises in the 2nd district of Kiro, is it Kai? No, it's Ki. Yurio? Kiyuro Korikuta? Kata? At your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other tables that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the Kiros with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. Me neither. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at the Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was the black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. But that can't be the case because I picked the gun up off the floor. So how did he see me shoot the gun and kill the man when I picked the gun up off the floor after the fact? Who did he actually see? Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the from the start. Now the court will hear your formal testimonies, please. Oh, is it going to be this? Okay. All right. All right. I didn't know that this was still going to be in it. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Wait, was that a baby? What? Did you hear a baby? Standing by to report. Standing by to ready to report, sir. I'm pretty sure I heard a baby. Unsavory memories of most. Is it acerbic afternoon? I'm pretty sure that was a baby. Witness's testimony. The witness saw. All right, hold on. Can we investigate this? Here's the kitchen. Here's the entrance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 tables. Said, here's the guy. There was a lady right here. He said he never saw her. And he came from the kitchen. He would have clearly saw her if she was right there. Oh, there's a magnifying glass. Oh, that's cool. Okay. The head waiter's business card, a sketch of the restaurant's layout, is on the back. A photograph print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest, subsequently died. Okay, so also, if he was shot in the front, if he was shot in the front and died, when we saw him in the picture, his body was faced towards the table. In this photo, he's faced away from the table. That's a bit strange. And his whole chair is moved too. Like it's 180. The death occurred a little bit after 2 p.m. and was caused by a loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. Bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Yeah, they deliberately put that there for a reason. Owner of the antique shop, he was a witness. An army sergeant in the Empire of Japan who witnessed the incident. Head waiter. He's 29 years old and he's coughing blood. Head waiter of a European-styled restaurant. He was serving there on the day of the incident. Okay. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak. Who says that? I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particular fine golden churro to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. What is up with the baby noise? I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. A black uniform, varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. From the back, the cowardly little weasel. How did I shoot him in the back when the evidence says I shot him in the... You got to listen to the whole thing before you can do. That's the one we want. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysterious abscon precise heroes. That's the one we want. How did he get shot in the back? Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. Why does he got a baby? Why does he have a knife? The wicked university cadets, sir. The cruel and most unforgivable enemy. The times we live in where when an English gentleman may be assailed in broad daylight. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. Why would you do that, though? After I had said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat and started drinking some coffee. Then when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed the English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Oh, it was a setup. They set the kid up. That's a plant. And that's not the gun that was actually used. Someone used a different gun, which probably came from the kitchen, didn't it? I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down and just as I was picking it up, he took the bait. Bang. Oh no. But if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. Is it time to bring this disciplable student to justice? So the shot wasn't just after he picked up the gun. So the shot wasn't just after. No, it was a little bit after he picked up the gun. Because the gun was a plant. It was a setup. That gun was someone else's gun. Certainly, the testimony the court just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is...
Yes!
Oh, well, I didn't get to read that. Yes! What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense. He's questioning what's going on here. Demands the right to cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess.
Hey, listen!
The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Hey, what's going on, Conchu? How's it going? How was stream? Welcome everyone to Conchu's Raid. How you all doing? Hey. God damn it, my keyboard. There it is. Hope you had a nice time on Pokemon Unite. Is this your first Ace Attorney game? No, I played the first 3. Well, the first 2. But this is the first one in this one. Stream was good. How's yours going? It's going really good. We're starting the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. It's been quite fun so far. Huh? How did he know?
Hey, listen!
Jack, thanks for hosting the stream too. The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? Objection! The finger. The defendant is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Go. Zama is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. All right. This is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statement. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier said... Which means what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but... It's just a case of proving it. And the key is to do it... And the key to doing that is evidence. Right. Evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Where's the win for this dude's bandana coming from? He's a descendant of he is a descendant of Strider, okay? So that headband is going to flail in the wind whether there is wind or not. Okay? If you are a descendant of Strider, it is just a biological trait that is passed down in his lineage. All right, then. It's all or nothing. Hey, good morning, Rencon. How's it going? Happy Monday, sir. What the witness saw. I already know which one it is. I was investigating the regular beef. It's not this one. It's not this one either. Dun, 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 dun. It's this one. And at the precise moment a firearm was discharged, I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Oh no, it's the next one. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back too. Press.
Yes!
So this black uniform university cadet, you're saying that was... I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else do you see here in a black uniform? Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man. From behind his back. And you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Is it Nippon? You disgust me. Ellipsis. What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that Sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. I pressed the wrong button. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. What a saying! Thrust it in his face and make him choke on it. All right, Kazama, I know what you're getting into. Jesus Christ. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryunosuke. We know there's lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that the question is how. Like I said before, the key is to use it. The key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving a testimony by pressing E. Go through each statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. Hey, Conchu. Hey, have a good rest of your day. Yeah, thanks so much for the thank you so much for the raid. An inconsistency? And when you find a statement, a piece of evidence that seems to contradict each other, present your evidence with R and rip the witness apart. Ellipsis. Dun-dun. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no base, you'll be given a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defendant's case will fall apart and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with the witness's statement. All right, I'll give it a try. I already know which one it is. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again, as many times as you like. So keep your head up and be measured in your attacks. Good luck, partner. Thanks, Kazama Kiru. Yeah. It's the fourth one. It's this one. How can I shoot him in the back if I have a photo of the victim shot from the front, sir?
Yes!
Huh? Ellipsis. Oh, he's sweating bullets. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photograph print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. Piss, what nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us what we don't already know? Well, obviously, that's, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond a doubt, Your Excellency, that there's no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazama, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from the single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniform varsity student fired on an English civilian from the back. The cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a closer look at the print. He shot from the front. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest, not the back. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from the back. And that is obvious. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Wait, where did that baby come from? What the fuck? He has... What is he? What? Where is this baby? What the fuck? What? This is so random. What the? What is going on here? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa?
Thank you.
Ellipsis. Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Yo, Rencon A, thanks for gifting a sub to Jack. Yo, Jack, welcome back for 22 whole months. Enjoy the gifted sub. Yo, Rencon, thank you so much for the gifted sub and the support. Thank you so much for supporting my stream. With a gift sub to Jack. Thank you. Hey, what's going on, Cold? This is a law game now? It is. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony on the court heard was proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we can draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Oh, he got it turned on him. Ooh. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Oh, title drop. But I definitely saw him. The university cadet there. He was pointing the gun. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
Yes! I've never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interests me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Why were you on the floor, though? Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Whoa! All right. Indeed. The Hoey era Hoban. My prize coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my blossom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasuti, in hopes of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was so to the military man that I profitered my Hoey treasure? Believe that he, oh, one sec. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not. But I was, presented with a little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, is it Hole? Hold on one second. Ah, shit. Hold on. Okay, sorry. After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table I was in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did. But I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my scorned Is it Hoi? I know. Wait, Hori is Hori. Hoi? Treasure? Yeah, Hori is just, I think it's Hoi. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? He did not. No, because it was never there. I see. That lamentable day, the precise Koban was lost to me. I'm pretty sure it's No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prized coin for himself. And who would do that? As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Damn! Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subvertant our government feels, it must be to Britain. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ayuchi? Huh? Oh, worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. Well, the game is definitely not taking place in modern times. Because they're talking about, like, the Empire of Japan and Great Britain and allies and stuff. So it's definitely in the past compared to other Phoenix Wrights games. This game's where the other Phoenix Wrights games were kind of like set in the present day. My witnesses have further testimonies to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? You really seem to have a despicable opinion of you. He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly examine the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass. Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me. But there's something or someone peeking over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise through the ranks, sir. Name Ido. Huh. It would seem those stripes are a sign of the sergeant's. Those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido Teensu. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Oh my god. All right, witness's testimony. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the fire, even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same. Yes. Pointing the finger at the foreign man, he was. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was. The young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, none. Alone, he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. That's not true, the lady. Therefore, none other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. That's not true. These testimonies are clearly... Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough with these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
Objection! If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. Ugh. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has a photograph evidence, in fact. Oh, we got another photo. Okay. Wait, that don't make no sense. That photo is literally... All right, this don't make no sense. How is this... Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? The steak is eaten too. When in the other photo, the steak was left untouched. Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, bullshit. Because you remember the Sarge said he was eating a steak as well. Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. We can plainly see there is only one place set. Certainly based on the appearance of this print. It would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in company of anyone else. Ugh. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photograph evidence to the record. The photograph print of the crime scene has been entered into the courtroom. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch has been seen on the victim's table. Are we able to... No, we're not. I don't understand. See, the steak is right here, and it's completely uneaten, and he has this cup, and he has this. That is there too. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's not just it's not just possible that no one saw that woman. It's not. They saw her. The waiter said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw the woman with him. Ellipsis. It would seem that we will be able to telegraph the report to the it seems that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times. As we all know, the ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think Taksuki Hayuchi will have contribute to the amenity of these two great empires is an honor. Ellipsis. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand up, Rinosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazama. The defendant is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? Yes. Rules can be so unbending at times. Oh, wait a minute, though. I actually don't know which one to cross-examine at this point. Hold on. History. I saw that woman. Can you go all the way back up? No, I guess not. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing the gun at the foreign man, he was the young lad in black. But that much I did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premise at the time confirms that we are the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Yeah, that's the same. Didn't the old man say he was under the table the whole time while it happened? He did, yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Oh. What's the matter? I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. No. 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 No! Listen, the first thing I'd do is calm down. You can't expect a witness testimony to be full of holes every time. So just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean? Oh, by pressing them? You can choose to either press or present against each witness statement. If a witness is saying something you're suspicious about, press him on with Q. With a little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be critical. Right, I see. The important point is, there's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witness on and press them hard. All right, got it. I'll press them like blocks of tofu. The professor wasn't alone in the restaurant, I'm sure of it. In one way or another, this cross-examination is going to prove I'm right. It's time to press them for all they're worth. My fate depends on it. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreigner he was, the young lad in black. That much I did see myself.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true I was holding the gun at one point in time. But I've told you already. That's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, bang. A gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up. Which precipitated this testing predicament. Oh, precise. No. Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up a coupon from the floor, and I find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Ellipsis. Anyways, the facts remain. Myself, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Okay, so that wasn't it. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed we were the only personnel present.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
Objection! As you have been at Plains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing at a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Ugh. If only there could have been more people. If only there been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course, the place was almost empty. It's what you would expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was the right one. Oh, okay. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. He had one. The Hata Clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. What's the time, though? 19th November, noon. Noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Ryu? Well, it's hard to see how it could be relevant. It could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report to be submitted as evidence? Yes.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for the medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimonies. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are no concern.
Objection!
Yeah, that's BS. Whether or not they are no concern is up to us to decide. We have the right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense request. On grounds that you pulled it out as evidence in your case. I know, right? So I should be able to look at it. Piss. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court's records. The victim's medical report card has been entered into the court's records. A medical report card from the Hata Clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. How's this going to be useful? Aka, the poor baby needs a diaper change. Look, I'm not the baby's dad. I'm not the baby's daddy, Rincon, okay? That baby, his dad needs to change his diaper. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they seem irrelevant at first. Right. Hey, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong the trials as much as you like, but it's day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten. that these witnesses' testimonies have no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kurihiro Kutuya-san. Okay. Indeed, alone the Englishman was dying. Wait. Can I read that? Are we able to read this? The medical report is found. Okay. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Yes!
Press? So you actually saw him with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone? Ellipsis. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. Ellipsis. So the testimonies of the old man and the soldier and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As we can clearly see, there is only a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one. No. The antique dealer and the sergeant and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. No, they're lying though. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. Huh. This does show one person. We're not able to examine that. Okay. Okay. Excellent work, Ryu Nosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it's changed much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it a little bit, examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. There are some you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece of evidence in question. Use the up, down, left, right arrows. Oh, you can rotate it. See, they wouldn't let me do that though when I was just in the evidence thing. Because that's what I wanted to do, and I was like, oh, I can't investigate it. To rotate evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. I literally just wanted to do this. You gotta love tutorial missions. I know, I was sitting there and I was like, oh, okay. Like when I was examining the photos, I was like, oh, there's no spacebar under the thing. I guess I can't do it. Son of a bitch. Here we are, able to do it. You have to, you can move the crosshair around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. It was making me feel like I was doing something wrong when I actually wasn't. I was right pretty much this entire time so far. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. Okay, I see. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at the medical card. See if there's see if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. All right. I'll see what I can do. I'll need to use the up-down arrows, WASD, and space to investigate the areas of evidence that look suspicious. Can I... Oh, okay, so that rotates it like... Oh, God, this is awful. Oh, God, this is awful. Can I just... Can I... Oh, I can just do this? Oh, that's fantastic. Hold on. It looks like the medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment. That's why. A family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I've never consulted one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point, so you don't like doctors then. Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine and give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All that, all when you're at your lowest eep? Eep. What does that even mean? Eep? Ellipsis. You sound like a modern patient. A bad case of stubbornness, or no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Open it? I don't think... Is that a... oh, yeah, there you go. Oh, God. Keep is like web? Oh, okay. Let's go to the latest one. Keep is mood? Oh, okay. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Hold on, chat. 1 second. Hey, Cobb, by the way, sorry. I saw you say something in chat. I read it, but I never said hi. Hey, how's it going? Nice to see you. And hey, Circular. Nice to see you, too. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah. And there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with tropical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? If he had a tooth taken out, he wouldn't be eating a steak. Because that would be way too tough for you to eat. He would only be drinking liquids. You don't eat when you get a tooth taken out, dude. Unless you want to be in excruciating pain. The teeth pain is no joke. It would seem, just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Therefore, it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink beside water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Bingo. And it's only been 1 hour. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. The medical report has been... That medical report card's information has been updated in the court's records. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment and had been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So, you think this time we listen to the... You think it's time we listen to the testimonies again, don't you? Definitely. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm discharge, it was almost the same thing. Yes, pointing the gun at the foreigner man, he was. The young lad in black. I saw that myself. That's not it. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. He wasn't dining, though.
Yes!
Because he couldn't eat. So how did he eat that steak? Well, I think, what are you withering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Rinonusuke. Everyone stumbles on their word occasionally under the circumstances. I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazama. I could see it quite clearly in the cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposely, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Ellipsis. All right. Thanks for the advice. I love how these games pull out the most ridiculous evidence to prove points. I love it too. It's absurd. It's great though. Korikuta-san. This is a medical report belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And? I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Objection! Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel? But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may have done before that time is completely irrelevant. Okay, dude, sure. But that's, remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witnesses' testimonies the court have heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for a simple reason that there is no one else beside the pale-faced pupil. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. We need a smacking head on the desk emote. You really believe that? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because the Hote Clinic, which issued the report, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Are you dumb? Perhaps if I told you that the victim just had a tooth extraction, Ellipsis. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that the results, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Ellipsis. Everyone's like, huh? Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat. So what? It's all written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while the anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't be. Korakuta-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that can't possibly be the case. Grr. Because the victim, as we know, had just had one of his tooth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Yeah! Expertly done, partner. Oh my god, I can't believe this kid. He's doing...
Objection!
Objection! What? What is this nonsense? You little upstart. Ellipsis. These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see a plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can you not follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very critical conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Ellipsis. Counsel? That's me, doesn't it? That means me, doesn't it? All right. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is going to start. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been the victim himself, me, the two witnesses, as of yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can have only been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
Objection! You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
Yes, there was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was someone else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. That's clear. It's clear that the witness testimonies are unreliable. Hold on, chat, 1 second. dun, dun. Okay. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this state, we will have lodged a formal complaint with the Ministry. We will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazama, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issues with you. What do you mean? I have issues with them. These two witnesses on the stand. What? What are you talking about? I have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Ooh. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed accomplices in the killing. Accomplices? In murder? No! No! Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. Oh, what? I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Uh-oh, cat's out the bag. Oh. What? What did you just say? Korokuda-san? Oh, no. No, you were just following orders. Hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
Objection! What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? You freaking liar, dude. Look at this weasel. Ellipsis, just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order! Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You try to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? It's the waiter, obviously. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, it's the waiter. That's classified. Look at the baby pulling on his mustache. So you're prepared to be tried as conspirators to murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Auchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could have been, it can only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas who might be behind this? We can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses. Then we can continue our or pursuit. So we need a name. We need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. And of course, we'll need evidence before we'll make any firm accusation. Evidence that proves whoever really did wield this or her power is here. But how? How can we possibly remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I know nothing. This poor guy. And what does the defendant have to say about all of this? Your Excellency? No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. Okay. Besides the prosecution, the only person with necessary influence to manipulate the witness is... I want to say it's the waiter, but he doesn't have any influence. He's just a waiter. He might be caught in it too. I mean, I thought it was the waiter ever since I first saw him. But he doesn't, he said it was government, military, or something. I don't remember the other one. Government, military, or something. Think he's the headband guy for lulz?
Yes.
There. You do, what do you make of that? I think, counsel, that you may have closed your ears as well as your eyes. Otherwise, the signs of disappointment in the courtroom may very well deafen you. Oh, it was the police? Oh, okay. Thank you. If you feel you must close your eyes in a crisis, I might suggest you keep your mouth shut next time, too. Otherwise, I may have used the influence I have in this courtroom to shut it permanently. I don't know what it is about this prosecutor exactly, but he really makes me wince in pain sometimes. Oh, that was his name. I don't have great deal of influence myself, but believe me, I could find other ways to make you keep your mouth shut as well. All right, don't get angry. I'll think again. May as well. There may be a clue somewhere in all of the evidence in the court record. Actually, now that I think about it, there might be some piece of evidence I haven't thoroughly examined yet. Hold on. Hold on. It's my badge, right? Of course it is. My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you at Yumi school as a student. You won't come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you just tell them your number. I actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget to not to forget that. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Postmortem report. Oh, the victim, John H. Wilson, male, British. Time of death, November 19th, shortly after 2 a.m. Single shot at close range, fatal hemorrhage from a pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Okay. It's not this one. Chief Inspector. Oh, shit. He's not a waiter at all. Chief Inspector Sotaro Hosanna. Primary Criminal Investigation Division. Imperial Police Bureau. Woo! Waiter my ass. Well, that was unexpected. That's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see? It says the waiter's name here. Satoru Hosanaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh. Chief Inspector Sotaro Hosanaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? Ellipsis. I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here, the waiter's business card information has been updated in the court record. Ooh, I knew it was the waiter. And what does the defense have to say about all of this? Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first person that comes to my head. I mean, I was right, though. I mean, he was acting extremely shady. Beside the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the waiter is... Because none of these made sense. He's dead. He's not here. He's an idiot. He's my partner. And these two are numbskulls.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Sentaro Hosanaga-san. Hosanaga? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Objection! Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. I mean, you're correct. That's true. For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly were a waiter. Ooh. What? If he truly were. Slam. Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Sotaro Hosanaga's real identity. Well, that's unexpected. Oh, right. I gotta present it. Right.
Yes!
Yes! The plans of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree. It shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should say the front? He's like so scared. He's so scared. Yes. The front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. He's like, "What?" Would someone please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. On front of the business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector. Primarily Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as irregular civilians are concerned. So, the witnesses here, there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd see this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well. Ellipsis. Hold. Wait, who said hold it? Uh-oh. Inspector Hosonaga. Who's standing next to him? Oh. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court's record as evidence. Well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made the sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? Ellipsis. But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Oh, of course. Your salary must be... Why did I go by so fast? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. There has been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are all unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. Ellipsis. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have been aware of this person's presence having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I'm led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Ellipsis. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Bang. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out into the kitchen to see what happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair. Beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an English woman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the English woman from the scene at once? Ellipsis. It was made clear that the English woman's presence at the restaurant had to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if the English woman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest to not pursue that idea. Whoa, he had a very serious face on, too. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman had been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without refutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Even the judge. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazama? My university is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical faculties. And I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Jezali. How do you pronounce that? Jezali Jezalai? Brett? Jezalai? Brett? She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory at Umai University Medical faculty. What is happening here? Yeah, that waiter is tall. I admit that under orders from the police bureau. Is it Jezalai? Jezalai? I don't know. I've never seen that name before. It was G-A-Z. It was Jezille. I meant under orders from the police bureau. I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Ellipsis. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particular critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. Ellipsis. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a decoration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of the ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other influence or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Jezalai. How do you pronounce that? Jezza. It's Jezza. Lai? Jezalai? Jezalel? I don't know. Jezalel? It's so weird. I'm just gonna go with Jezalel. Jezalel Brett. And escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. Wait, is he not gonna get in trouble for lying in court? I mean, he was ordered to do it, so it's not like he made the decision to do it, but he still did it. I guess it would be his higher ups who told him to do it. Right? But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. They all did. I mean, they all lied. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it wouldn't be a problem. What is wrong with this guy? Nothing will get in my way. He's gonna die. He's gonna die for sure. And we're gonna have to figure out who murdered him. Court will observe for briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Jezebel Barrett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. They're gonna find that girl in 30 minutes? To be continued. Really? I didn't. Wow. What an opening case. I gotta say. The opening case for the first game, you literally just destroy the guy. No, I think you actually go. Well, maybe you don't. Save? Trial Part 2. Okay. What are you guys thinking so far? What are you thinking so far of the game? I think it's pretty good. I'm surprised by the lack of voice acting, though. For some reason, I thought this game would have actual voice acting over the first one. November 22nd. So he was killed on the 19th, right? So he's been dead for 3 days. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Oh, this game is just as ridiculous as the others. It's great. Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. The only thing that sucks so far is that there's no my equivalent yet. Our assistant in the original game was Mai, and then May. I mean, don't get me wrong, Zama's cool, but I want Mai. Yeah, I thought it would have voices too to bring everyone into the modern feel. I mean, it's still good. I like the 3D models. I think it's great, and I think it's more ridiculous without spoilers. It's a whole bunch of crazy. Dude, the original trilogy was just as bad too. Like the original game had correct me if I'm wrong, but the original game, Phoenix Wright, had a DLC case, I think, that was only exclusive in a certain version in the East. And then they made it available in the West. And oh my god, that case was like 5 times longer than any other case in the game. And I'm not even exaggerating. It was ridiculously long. And trying to figure it out was woof. You remember the court case I'm talking about if you played it? The one with the chief of police who would grab his tie? It was ridiculous. Oh yeah, that case was so long, and it had the cowboy guy and the girl who would sell lunches outside. Dude, there was like so many parts of that case. Trying to figure that one out was crazy. But apparently it wasn't part of the main game. Apparently it was like a add-on for when the game like turned a year old or something. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping and your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I will never want to see the insides of a courtroom again. Anyways, it looks like we've exposed our Phantom Lady at least. Ellipsis. Jezebel Barrett. A student from Great Britain is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with them. Like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observations are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see that happen? Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself when on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the ground. And just after that, I bent down to pick it up. Bang. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some kind of small pantry next to the kitchen. Wait, why would he do that? Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened on the outside in the dining room area. There you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Miku Toba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an extraordinary team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Ellipsis. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even so more. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I want to avoid a situation that may have resulted in our study tour to Great Britain being canceled. Ellipsis. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise. If I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you talking about, Kazama? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Hama. Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, do you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you probably are aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMI. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. Yeah, I didn't know that before. Anyways, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yeah, I was gonna say, why hide a college student? But why would she murder the man? Yes, I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to squash your case. But I have no doubt that your pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck. Kazuma-sama. Sama? Defendant Naru Hodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hits them. Ellipsis. Kazama. What? Thank you, really. What for? Well, you hadn't said you believed me, then fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he really is going to give up on his dream and studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he really is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. All right, then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You could treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from the Yumai cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Long as it wasn't oyster balls. Alrighty. Put those torches down. I said don't go crazy. That's the opposite of not going crazy. Let's go. I miss the judge being bald. I'm not gonna lie. I wish he was bald. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryu no Suke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ayuchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. Nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Is he seriously trying to blame the treaty falling apart because I won't take the fall for a murder someone else did? This dick. Again, terribly sorry. This guy. If friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. Exactly. Yusuke's the only one who has a head on his shoulders. Look, yes he is. Look in the politics. That's so true. That is so true. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial. Anxiety over some foreign government's opinions. A bungled investigation. Missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friends know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, will become strong. Diplomacy has never been more crucial or critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. Oh God. Oh God. Really? That's where he went? Ellipsis. Like he's like, what? He's like, come again? I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Preach. Hell, even the judge was like, ugh. Hell, well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the perseverance of the truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Jezebel Barrett. Yes. Your Excellency! Man just smashed his head on the table. Oh? Oh my. There she is. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan. From such a distant land, I'm not seduced, he's seduced. Look at this guy. He's whipped and it's only been 5 seconds. Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions can take place without tea. Judge is whipped too. Oh, God. Is that true? No idea. So, man, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosanaga. I have been working undercover as a head waiter at La Carabine. Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosanaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. What is going on here? Is that true? No idea. I see they kept the judge humor in. Great. More importantly, a little early today, you say. A little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your prowess of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yeah, I did. I think I did, didn't I? Let your descriptions of the amazing sight. Wait a minute. Yet your descriptions of this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but your powers of observation aside, your powers of descriptions are solely lacking. Guilty. Dude, one woman comes into the courtroom and everyone just gets flustered, and they can't even continue. So dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. That's not a woman, that's a woman. She gonna talk? She puts on a masquerade mask. What? Am I supposed to read that? What? Ellipsis. Ellipsis? Oh, is this a case of like we're speaking Japanese and she's speaking English? Is that what's going on here? I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Wait, he's doing it too. Hold on, does it show like that up in the log? It does show up like that in the log. The lady says her name is Jezebel Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in the Umai University Medical faculty. Okay. Who wants to bet that once she gets hot under the collar, she's gonna start actually speaking normally? I'm gonna guess this already. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the duculent tones of a delightful language of the British people. Oh my God, could you be much more up her ass? I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song. Yeah, sure. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazama. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Wait, does she actually not know Japanese? Why would she come here? She was probably sent here to kill, okay. She was probably sent here to kill that dude on purpose. What I'm gonna say. Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. Court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. What about the beautiful man, huh? This is malarkey. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. Ellipsis. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Caverna, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Oh God, he's gonna be translating it. Dude, he could say anything during it. You need to get an unaffiliated translator. She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. I find that to be hogwash. Not even basic Japanese? Come on. I don't even live there and I know basic Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says she was that she was due to making a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Ah, it all makes sense. Oh, okay. All right. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime. Could it be you? Could it be that your replesident eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Or the fact that she is the perpetrator? Have you considered that? Apparently, it was very frightening and a sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment, and the accused standing right there, and the accused standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Bullshit. Order, order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolute conclusive witness. The simp. Just because she's a woman, it's absolutely true. All right, dude. How many OnlyFans you freaking subscribe to? Judge, we need a background check on this guy. All of them? Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. OnlyFans in 1890. Look, this guy's on the alternative, all right? This dude is extremely freaking biased. Unfortunately, we have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. What is this? Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. This is BS. All of this is this whole thing is BS. Oh, this is a witness testimony. Oh, okay. A frightening and sorrowful sight. Oh my god. I arranged the meeting for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Okay. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. Okay. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and then they got into a furious argument. Okay, we know that didn't happen. Then not long after that, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a
Yes.
Wait, I didn't get to read that. This is a condemning testimony indeed. No, I don't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Objection! Quiet, you filthy wrench. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this Snow White angel. Oh my god. This dude. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words in court, whose words the court is going to believe. Yes, all men bad, all women innocent. You're still making the same mistake, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're galled like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Ugh. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took the statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Bennett was not involved, so I let her go. I'm sorry. If Miss Bennett was not involved, then why go to the extent of hiding her from the scene at all? If she was not involved. If she was not involved, then you wouldn't have an English woman shooting an English man. So therefore, you wouldn't have that controversy that we talked about yesterday that would happen. But you hid her. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. So that's fine. As you can see, there's nothing about her person where she can conceal a firearm. What? You're telling me she can't hide a firearm in her purse that she's carrying in her one hand? BS. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Exactly. Unless until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown. This is a moot. Hey, what's going on, Bubba? Heck, Japanese men don't know how bustles work. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. There are the witnesses. Those are the witnesses' own words on the matter. Sure. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. What? I didn't know he was gonna go that far. I'm dying over here. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun. I picked it up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Okay, so it seems like it's pretty clear that the waiter is actually innocent, outside of him just following orders. It seems like he's pretty innocent. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do that, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Oh, what is that? The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Let's see. A frightened and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for the slightly later luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself a beef steak. Yeah. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a furious argument. But that didn't actually happen. Let's press.
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor, although that might be... How do we prove that, though? All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. And anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. Ellipsis. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Barrett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Oh, really? Wait, what? She can't speak Japanese. What does that matter? Are you trying to say she can't understand Japanese? Then how does she understand when the judge and the prosecutor are talking to her? Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all supiku it. I don't even know what the hell this even means. Supiku ingresu? What? I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman. This lady will stab you in the back, dude. Well, that beautiful woman is telling him blatant lies with a completely straight face. Sure is. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyways, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. Did he say that? He did, yeah. He said he went to go back to his seat to drink his coffee yesterday. That's what he said. And then he said that's when the shot happened. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes. I still have some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Off to work. Have a great day, Aka in chat. All right, Rencon. Hey, you have a nice day at work, sir. Thanks for being here with us today. Have a safe trip to work. And I'm most likely to see you tomorrow. Oh, there's that evil smirk again. Ellipsis. Okay, that wasn't it then. When not long after that, the accused took the gun and shot him right before my eyes. Wait. But how would I take the professor's gun though? You don't just drop a gun on the floor. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? What does that mean, sir? Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady wasn't carrying a weapon. Oh, so if she had a weapon, you took it from her. I see. Okay. All right. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." Thanks. That's all you did? You just asked her? You sure, surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. What on earth? Why on earth not? Please, for the love of God, don't say because she had a special on her OnlyFans and she said she was not going to give me the discount if I did the physical search. Please, for the love of God. The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she didn't possess a firearm. And you believed her. Oh my god. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Oh my. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps. Think what you will. But if you're going to continue this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Yeah, that's kind of hard. I mean, so we would have to prove that the gun we found on the... No. Oh, here's this BS again. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wants to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Right, sure. Whatever you say. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of the office. Exactly. Not get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. Like, that's a difference. Like, that's a difference. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I believe that. Which is why she is only happy to cooperate and testify here in court, of course. Yeah, sure. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. This dude. This guy. Ellipsis. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm golding you. I like how she conveniently understands Japanese now, by the way. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out and out, totally unfound lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In spark of contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in dull black school uniform. Oh, I'm sorry that I'm wearing the uniform that I'm supposed to be in when I go to school. I dress exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyways, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous look you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. First thing to do is to press her on any of her statements that seem slightly off. Do that, and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in the cross-examination. I arranged the meeting. I don't think it's this one. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Uh-huh. So we pressed the last two, right? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. Yeah. After a while, the accused came over and they got in an argument. No, we pressed that one. Then, not after long, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right between the eyes. I don't carry a gun, so obviously I couldn't be the culprit. Oh no, I didn't do I did the third and the fifth. So she's maintaining that you got in an argument with the professor and shot him, which is... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna have to question the fourth one. I thought I did the fourth and the fifth. But I did the third and the fourth. Wait, no, I just read it, shot him between the eyes. That's not actually what she said. No, she just said, like, I shot her right in front of her eyes. Okay. Yep. This is the one. And not long after, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. This one.
Yes!
Yes! Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. Like I said, there's no point repeating the assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rung out of the restaurant, you had the gun in your hand. That is true. Well, yes, that's true, but... yeah, it's kind of a hard one. But all I did was pick the gun up. I saw on the floor next to the professor that I mean, all you do is check if the gun was fired. He was shot by a single bullet. All you do is check if his gun was fired. Was it fired? No, it wasn't. Easy peasy. Clearly he reloaded it after. Okay. Oh, all right. How do you check that? What do you mean? You can't check it in the game, but I mean, firing a gun, it leaves residue. Because you have to burn. It'll leave residue, like recent too, because you're supposed to clean your guns too. I mean, not everybody does it, but and you gotta keep you have to keep the up casing on your gun maintenance for it to be, work properly. It doesn't have to be crazy, but it'll leave residue. It'll leave a shell casing. Did they find a shell casing? I mean, well, yeah, well, no, they didn't find a shell casing. If I shot him right then and there, they would have found the shell casing on the floor. And then if I shot him with his own gun, then there should be a bullet gone from the gun. You can't check ballistic markings in British Empire? Apparently not. Stop approaching this with logic. Apparently so. I'm screwing myself up by bringing realistic arguments in this. But all I did was pick the gun up I saw on the floor next to the professor. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. A highly suspected suspect. That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. Oh, God. It seems me that your accusations is just as baseless as ours. Hiss, haha. What nonsense. Our lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. It wasn't that one either? It has to be one of the first twos then, because I've pressed I pressed the last three. Huh. Alright. I gotta say they got me dumbfounded here. Because the ones I thought it was is the ones it's not. I arranged to have a meeting from...
Yes!
I'm just going to end up pressing all of them. After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue. Isn't that right? No. A decisive English no. Has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What next? What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. Okay, if I press this, I basically pressed every last one of them.
Yes!
Greetings. Hey, New Moon. How's stream been? Stream's been pretty good. We've been playing Great Ace Attorney all day. It's been nice. He was unable to eat, you say. That was because he had a tooth removed from the clinic, right? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? Yeah, that's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying event. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying event. Exactly as it was left. Dare me. What a harrowing experience. To travel to a distant land on the far side of the world to be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subject you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Yet he's in front of the steak. Which is where she would be sitting if she was eating it. This is what it's like after the steak's eaten. Yet he's in her seat. Why? I'm not actually asking, by the way. I'm just saying, you know, why is he in her seat if she's supposed to be eating there? Okay. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. That's also interesting, because neither photo shows two glasses. There's only one. And on both. So this was tampered with. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke? What about the witness's last statement? It was meaningful. The last statement of yours, Miss Barrett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us what is this profound bearing? Ellipsis. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, step-sided, counsel. Very well, Miss Barrett. Kindly repeat what you said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. Ellipsis. That was brilliant, Kazama. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I hope there is some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. We gotta go through it again? I ordered a beef steak for myself and the professor, and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Present. Now, which one do we do? It's this one. Because there's only one glass.
Yes!
That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. Exactly. That if it was exactly and they had a toast, there would be 2 glasses. That is correct, the lady says. So what else was changed? Well, that's it. It's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ugh. Ryunosuke. What about what is it about the picture that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Barrett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, where's the other glass? There should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah! You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pitcher here.
Objection!
Objection! Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over, what is even Munte? What possibly difference does the presence or absence of a glass make to the case? That means if they tampered with the glass, it means what else did they change? You numbskull?
Objection!
Munte, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Absolutely he did. Of course not. Oh yeah, sure, dude. You've already lied once in court, okay? You've already lied once in court. Is it crazy that you did it again? Sure, come on. I would never do something so reckless. Oh yeah, as of to lie in court. Your trust meter is like already at 0. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you trying to tell me you can clink with only 1? Ellipsis. You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. What is it now? Minute? Is that how it's pronounced? Minute? Minute? Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Barrett who took the glass from the table. What? And where did she put it? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I have been there at all. Wait, which one is it? Which one is it? Did she hide the fact that she was there? Or did you get ordered to hide the fact that she was there? This is bull. She's now just stumbling upon what they told him. Good gracious. Sorry. There. As I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all, this sim. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon tin companion before her very eyes. Oh, yeah, okay, all right, sure. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? Hold up. Hold up. If she's able to conceal a glass If she is able to conceal a glass that is that big, you're telling me she is not able to conceal a gun? We got a liar. That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, beautiful woman of mischief? What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know. Where did she hide it? Exactly how did the lady take the glass from the scene? It would seem that she slipped it into her small handbag she was carrying. I said that shit earlier. I said that like 20 minutes ago, dude. A handbag, you say? Uh-huh. Yes, Your Excellency, a small handbag pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Uh-huh. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed. The lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on this case. Counsel, for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag. She can conceal a gun in the handbag. It's about the same size as that glass, if not smaller. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag. Did she, you say? Yes. Do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Barrett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But she forgot to mention, what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? Well, I mean, technically she didn't lie. She just didn't tell the whole truth. It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire the gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't be seriously suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Jezebel Barrett's handbag on the day of the murder? He said no, because he didn't do a physical. No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun. The one that was actually used to kill the professor. Could have been hidden in Miss Barrett's handbag. No! Order! 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 What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what? Prosecutor, Ayuchi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your blundering incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazama? Whoa. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. Oh, really? Okay, sure. All right. What's the significance of him bleeding profusely? Nothing yet. But people don't do that normally, so it has to be something, but it's been nothing yet. It's been like his character trait ever since he's been introduced. This photographic print. What isn't it? This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you see, it clearly shows Miss Barrett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through the what's inside. She could have just gave you the gun, dipshit. That's right. Apparently, mesh work bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the time, or at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ugh. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Barrett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. There was something odd about his arm, though. He had a mark on his arm, which was a bit strange in the photo. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the courtroom. Photograph taken by Hosonaga-san after the incident occurred. It shows Miss Barrett's handbag on the chair by the victim's table. On the chair by the victim's table. No, that can't be right either. No. No. That's also wrong. I think you've if you had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Hold on. Yeah, that's not right. So his back is... He's gotten shot. And there's the stake. Yet there's no... Assuming that this is the chair that he's in when he gets shot. There's no chair right here. See? There's no chair. It's over here, off screen. And then what's this? Looks like a bull. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Ellipsis. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photograph print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room of doubt in the matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Oh no, Kazama's even... Kazama? Ellipsis. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examine of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Hisk. I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defend true justice. The fact that you can chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazama, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Ellipsis. Kazama. What? Is there really no chance of now turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Ellipsis. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to Great Britain, to Britain's government on time after all. That smug little. Ryunosuke Naruhabo. Have considering all the evidence placed... Wait. What? Wait. Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
Objection! This amateurness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photograph print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, that the ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photograph print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. Ellipsis. You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone court scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ah, my thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate weasels. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a weasel. There's something about this photograph in which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. It's the tattoo on his arm. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. Ellipsis. Yo, can I save my game? No! But be warned, if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Yo, hey, hold up. Let me save the game. Hold up. Judge! Do I make myself clear? Why are you holding the anvil like you're gonna smack me with it? Yes, Your Excellency. Hold up. So, take another look at the photograph print, Inspector Hazanuga, before submitting. Yo, let me say. Yo, woo! We can save. Say. Yo, this judge is like, yo, I'm about to beat your ass with this anvil. Didn't you see the way he was pounding it? You will identify for the court where in this print you see the significant detail in which you have alluded. This right here. It might be the chair too, because I said the chair. It's not there in the other photo. I can't actually. Oh, do I have to press R?
Yes!
Just here. I feel sure that around this area there's something extremely significant.
Objection!
Yeah, it does look like I get 5 chances. What's significant is your inability to positively identify anything wrong with this picture at all. Yee. Well, there goes my perfect streak. I concur. The praise of the prosecution and praise the prosecution for its quick wittedness. And I know it's the handbag that stands out in this picture. But you need to look further. Examine everything. Otherwise, you might miss an important clue. Anyway, try to see the whole and don't be blinkered by individual details. I know you can do it. If I can do it, then I wouldn't have pointed out the wrong part of the picture just now. Well, unfortunately, I must do as promised. You had your chance, counsel.
Hold it!
Hold it! Wait, Your Excellency. The court should give consideration to the fact that this man is an amateur. One more chance, please. Well, I suppose he is just a cowling student lawyer with little sense of protocol in these matters. I'm starting to feel insulted here. So, take another look at the photograph, Inspector. Will you identify to the court where in this picture you see a significant detail to which you have alluded? Let's see. No, they haven't mentioned a tattoo yet. No, I don't think it has any significance. It has to be the glass. Yeah, I picked the chair. I already picked the chair because it, like I said earlier, it proves that the place was flopped. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Just here. I'm surely there's an extremely something.
Objection.
Well, do I get another one? I concur. And look at the whole photo. Unfortunately,
Hold it.
does he say the same thing? Okay, he says the exact same thing. This one's actually tough. I know it's the handbag, but you need to take a look at the whole thing.
Yes.
Look at this here. It was what, dude? I should have went with this for the first. Oh my god, are you serious? That was my first thought. I should have went with my gut. Sure it was. I mentioned it. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. This is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. A burn? Ellipsis.
Objection.
Why a burn? Dear me, I was pondering what a new rifle would come out. A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist. Burn? That looked like a tattoo to me. Clearly, that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Oh, wait. Because of the... Yes. It's a burn mark. You're right. Wait. How do you know? Yeah, how do you know? That's odd. Go on, Inspector. What if he's coughing because she actually hurt him instead? Or something like that. I don't know. I'm starting. I don't know. It's starting to get weird. All right, let's keep going. The police coroner also noticed it when he performed the post-mortem examination. Wait, but they... Okay. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. Why did I, what did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. Like a branding? However, as the prosecutor Ayushi points out, unless a firm connection to this case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Barrett had a lunching appointment with the dean. Had a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. So she would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Hell no! Oh, of course, dear lady. We shall not hold you up any longer. No! You're on trial! I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn? Does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should just keep digging and digging and hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we could just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door open again. Back open again. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is a little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that refutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was that the color draining from Miss Barrett's face. Really? I have to find some link between the burn and that case. This is the moment of truth. Time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really is. So then, the defendants will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Let's see here. Post-mortem report.
Yes!
No, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my god, no, I didn't mean to. Fuck. Press the wrong button.
Objection!
No, I legit pressed the wrong button. Shit. I meant to go switch. God damn it. Explain to this court in less than 5 or less what the nature of the connection is. Well, it's obvious. Thank you. 5 light and illuminating words. God damn it. At least you saved. Yeah, that's true. I legit pressed the wrong button. I thought I was pressing the button to switch to the people. As I suspect, the rookie student is bluffing again. You've been burned there yourself, Grinanuska. Sorry. I do feel like I've seen the shape of that burn somewhere before, though. Look through the court records again, carefully this time. Yes, I will. I have to find something between the... Yeah. All right, give me back. Let me go. Let me look. This is the... Yeah, I know. Moment or two to find. Come on. Let me go. Let me look. Damn it. Jesus. Oh. So if you look at that, it's... Let's see.
Yes!
But this council, yet another print. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe the photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. But in the photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. You hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Barrett. Dun, 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 dun. Ellipsis. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photo. How did the victim come to have that unusual shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
Objection! You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. Hey, Blizz. What is it in the photo that explains the reason for the victim's burn? I mean, we already pointed it out. What is it in this photo that explains the reason for the victim's burn? It's literally this.
Yes!
The beefsteak? The the beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency, are you all right? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Caravana. Caravan. I just beat Stranded Deep. The ending is WTF. I don't think I know what that is, Blizz. This emblem on the plate. I don't think so. And the victims burn. Are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you're a genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that, or most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Objection. Sadly, the prosecutor Ayuchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? That is true. I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But I'm not seeing its relevancy here, though. I gotta say, the game is beating me right now. I can't see its relevancy to the case. He burns his hand on the plate. Big deal. What is it? I guess it proves like he was in a different spot or something. I would say, looking at this picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And though it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. It proves he was dead before. Oh, that's right. It proves he's dead before the gunshot. Because he would react to the burn if he was alive. Ah, that's right. Yeah, I was sitting there thinking, I was like, what does this matter? That makes sense. Yeah, his lack of reaction makes... Oh my gosh. So he was dead before then. So the gunshot actually didn't do anything. He was already dead before they shot him. So the gunshot was purely used to set him up. That's what that was what it was. The gunshot was literally just there to cement him as the culprit. Someone else killed him long before that. So yeah, that would make sense that it was the water that killed him because she didn't take it. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Oh my god, they just 5-head this so good. I'm sitting there thinking, like, what does this burn even have significance for? Holy crap. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was around 90 degrees centigrade, what the hell is centigrade? Centigrade. A burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Caravan, I can testify to that without hesitation. I mean, but that's good logic, though. I mean, that's true, though. I never once even considered that he was already dead prior to the gunshot. So, I mean, yeah, if he has a burn mark on his arm, I mean, that's pretty good logic by that point. He would let out a scream. Only anyone would. You have to beat a eel. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of that game, Blizzy. He would definitely have some kind of reaction. So I would have never, I never even suspected him already being dead prior. I'd never even guessed that. But then she still had to shoot him, not be seen hiding a gun and flip the crime. I'm starting to think that she didn't, well, no, that someone shot him close blank range. Well, the whole point of the gunshot is to blame it on the kid. That's the whole point of the gunshot. It's to kill the guy and blame it on someone else. She definitely had help with this, though. There's no way she did all this by herself. She definitely had help. But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
But I want to, above all else, I want to know why. I want the motive as the why. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet the inspector never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. Are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrists on a plate for anything like that 3 seconds that day, that would have been beyond careless, I think, counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself and the sergeant and the old antique dealer, all of us, without a question, would have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Ayuchi? Or Prosecutor Ayuchi? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? Because he was already dead. I would have thought it was the laughing gas affecting him, to be honest. I don't think laughing gas would prevent you from feeling a burn, though. I mean, I don't know. Tooth pain or... I don't know. Would laughing gas prevent you from feeling a burn? I mean, that shit's hot. That shit hurts. I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke. Do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamed we would arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, this has all been orchestrated. There's only one explanation I can think of that makes sense for this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, he was already deceased. He was sleeping. he was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on piping hot plates for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead. Ugh. Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. What? That's... But the coroner would have found poison in his system. But the coroner is part of the police, and the police want to hide it. Remember? The police want to hide this. They don't want this to get out. It's pretty deliberate that the police, for some reason, or anyone associated with the police is covering this up. And then also they mentioned earlier in the game, in this universe, that the police, they don't do autopsies. So they actually mentioned that like way early, like at the very beginning of the case, before the case even started, that they don't do autopsies. Like one guy just looks at it and then determines it from about that. So they wouldn't know in this universe. But no, it's pretty clear. The police are trying to hide this. They want to apparently they want to damage this. I don't know. They're pretty much trying to hide this. Order, please, counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp on the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Yuchi, it's you who has no grasp on the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered the burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Burnett knows something about it. Incredible. Yeah, she was sitting at the table talking with them. That makes her prime suspect number 1. Because why would she sit at a table with a guy who's dead? If she knows he would be dead, why didn't she tell anyone? I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say this, Miss Barrett, that you will have to forget your Lunchington arrangements. But, Your Excellency, ellipsis. The justice system in our country may be in its infancy. But rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I prepare to pass judgment. Yeah, this is in the past. This is like he just said, this is before, like, they're just starting their justice system and stuff. So things haven't really been rolling and that well, I guess. But they did mention that they do not perform coroners in here, because he mentioned that in England they perform coroners to get the autopsies and stuff like that. to get precise information, and he said in Japan, an officer just looks at the body and draws a conclusion from it. So you can't really draw a conclusion from poison. We're not sure what year it is, but it's pretty old, I would say. I don't think it's in the 19th century. Or no. Yeah, I think it's before World War II. But rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. But all things considered, she has now become prime suspect number 1. Because one, even it doesn't matter. The whole thing is that she was sitting at the table now with a dead guy. And how did she not know? Like, she has to prove that now. Because because the main character got up and talked to him. And he was alive then. And he went back to his table to go drink coffee. And during that time, he was dead. And she was sitting at the table. So she's like prime suspect number 1 right here. No one would sit at a table with a dead guy and not say anything unless you have a motive. Like they ever prove anything? I mean, they prove stuff. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. I knew it. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Oh, look at her. She's trying to deflect. I knew she could speak perfect English or perfect Japanese too. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Of course you do. Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. But then, why haven't you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in our vulgar tones as much as possible. Uh-huh. Ellipsis. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Okay, girl. Okay. Sure. Oh, well, you are the epitome of true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Barrett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words. About the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. Ellipsis. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting. Ryunosuke. Hey, crazy old gamer. Good morning. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea what the poor... Unfortunately, I had no idea when the poor man burnt his wrists like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible causes of death beside the gunshot. Because the post-mortem report does not test for poison. If there is some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me. But, of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Oh, she had to go there. Oh, okay. She had to go there, I see. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court history. Thank you. What the fuck? Easy does it. I hope that this is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Oh, of course not. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. This dude not only subbed to her OnlyFans once, but he went out and got a total new credit card to do it twice. It seems very clear from our testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? Maybe that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Well, was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Barrett, and put up with a cross-examination now. Ellipsis. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Ellipsis. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on this case immediately. Is that clear? Ellipsis. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with this cross-examination. He slapped his own face. I don't know which one it actually is, though. Look away, chat. Look away. You see nothing. I'm just saving my game in case the game crashes. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. Yeah, I doubt that, but that's okay. I don't think that's relevant. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. Uh-huh. I call BS? What are you talking about? I'm just saving the... Look. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. Press.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I had enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of others in court, it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. As far as I've heard, the postmortem report showed no other possible causes of death beside gunshot.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhaging from a ballistic trauma. Yes. But she knows that they don't do autopsies here. If she's going this far, she knows that. She's playing on that. Luckily for us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there's no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been from the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But that doesn't make sense. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. Ah, you know what? I didn't even consider that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out of the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point. So he must. Huh.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. It's gonna go back to the glass in her purse. I concur. Prosecutor Auchi is right. Ugh. Ellipsis. Okay. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Without leaving a trace. No, there is a trace.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace? If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there's always a tellable trace of their body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hazanaga? As I've said, I've always aimed for flawless investigation. There would be a physical trace with all those causes of death. Because all those are physical. That's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no. Perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady innocent into question. On my honor, I, Takasuchi Auchi, will cut down any who dare to cast such aspirations. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. Oh, we got it. Are we back at number 1? But of course, this is countries inferior. Yeah. Well, probably wouldn't pick up. But of course, this country's inferior investigation techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Dude, you literally just ratted yourself with these 2 comments back to back. She literally just ratted herself away. What an idiot.
Yes!
You don't say that. Inferior? What do you mean by that? She's going to talk about how you guys don't do autopsies here. Or, yeah. In the land of the great British England, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carvina is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to perceive the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? The killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ayuchi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Barrett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Ellipsis. What do you think? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes. As I suspect, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony or cross-examine her, or the cross-examination will be over. But I have to find a way. Kazuma. What? Ryu? There is one thing I noticed, something that has been bothering me. Is he going to talk about the glass? Bothering you? You mean about Miss Barrett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes. He seems to react a little strangely to Miss Barrett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. All right, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. All right, then. I wonder what Kazama's thinking. Okay, this is not where I thought it was going, but all right. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Barrett on her last statement again. Okay. Inspector? I thought he was a waiter. He's actually a cop posing as a waiter. He's an undercover cop who's honestly on the wrong side of the law here. Oh no, oops. Ah, crap. I didn't know pressing that would continue it. Da-na-na-na-na-na. But why would a detective be coughing up blood like this? That's pretty odd.
Yes!
He had to drink some of the water? Yeah, something like that. Because there's no way he would be on the force if he's constantly coughing up blood like this. He would go to a doctor, and a doctor would say, you're unfit for duty. I mean, I don't even think... I think that transcends time. There's no way you can do your duty if you're just constantly coughing up blood like this. And it's pretty frequent, too. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the land of the Great British England, the police store everything found at the crime scene. But in this country, you investigate once and that's all. That's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. It's open for business as usual. Exactly, which means... Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Which is why she hid the glass. Yes, there it is again. The detective reaction is just the same as before. Why? Because they're working together. Obviously. Up until now, the detective has been in stand with Miss Barrett as her interpreter. Things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be the golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, they'll find they often let their guards down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? Oh, is it the speech bubble? Oh, no. Okay, that's something different. At the moment, we're focusing on Miss Barrett, who's the person actually making the current statement. Oh, this is different. You can okay, you can switch between your witnesses. But by moving the marker left and right, you can turn your attention to the other person in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. That's cool. It's not just interrogating one witness now. It's always been one witness. At least for the Ace Attorney games I've played. That's cool. I like that. If you catch the person just at the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. Okay. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. All right then, so first I should move the marker across and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with space to see what's on his mind. Here we go. Exactly. Which means
Wait.
that even if the investigation takes a different direction, the vital evidence is lost.
Excuse me.
Yeah. What the? What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. Looks like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
Objection! What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault in her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. Huh? The detective is in stand, which makes him a valid witness. That's true. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the testimony just made by Miss Barrett? I do. Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, have always strived to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Dude, what is up with the coughing? The crime scene thief. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this for example. Is that it's a bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all the fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's something left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be amongst the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. Why is he literally showing us the poison? I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass of water as evidence. The carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court scene. Is it because he's pissed off at the way she's insulting people? Maybe he's just playing as well. Maybe he's being played as well. I'm thinking he can't stand the fact that she's like dog shitting his his abilities. The carbonated water the victim and Miss Bennett shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. Well, she didn't drink it though. That's why she has the glass in her. Miss Brett. Can you confirm that this indeed is the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes. It was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. I don't want to go to work. I'm so invested. Oh no. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. See, I was going to do this. This is what I was going to do originally. But I don't think that's it now. Can I? So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little something in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryu, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryu. In more ways than one. Ellipsis, I wonder. Could there be anything in the water? What's the matter? You've gone all quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Ellipsis. I wonder if we can do like... Can you do that? No, apparently that doesn't. Okay. When the waiter brought my steak... Sadly, I gotta go to work. Y'all have fun. Hey, Rain, hey, you have a nice day at work. And thanks for being here with us today. Yeah, have a nice Monday. Yeah, maybe the game takes place around that time. Is it the same bottle in the picture? I think it is, yeah. Yeah, it's the same bottle in the picture. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. Look away, chat. You didn't see anything. Look away. You saw nothing. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, postmortem reports showed no other causes of death beside the gunshot. If there's some other way of a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, do show me.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? That's if it's bottle of water now. Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Ellipsis. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know Dr. Wilson drunk from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside it? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass. Order! 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 And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to sip the poison into his drink? And slip the poison into his drink. There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Zelt Barrett. It was you. Ellipsis.
Objection!
Objection! This is outrageous. It suggests such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accordance of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. Blah. The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will be silent. Damn! It is you who should be silent. Damn! She told him to shut up! Oh, of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior you may be, you still investigate this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Ellipsis. Of course. Wait, you did? Have you forgotten that my guiding principle is already to strive for a flawless investigation every time? I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and the contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered the test for every toxin that was available in this country at the present time. We couldn't find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of the carbonated water, your elegancy. Wait a minute. In this country, though. She's from England. What? Are you sure? How long has she been here, though? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. Oh, but of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think the cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. His head is just on the desk. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no. I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this time? Kazama? It's her line. I'm sorry, Ryu. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Because I'm going to flee the country. Hold it! Who called that? Oh, right. She went to go get evidence. Right. Please wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Elegancy. Your Excellency. Susato Miko Taba. Judicial assistant to the defense. Judicial defense. Miko Taba. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. I don't know if that's how you pronounce that. To be continued? What? No! Are you serious? What? Oh my god, this is one long-ass case. Holy shit. This is just the episode 1. Jeez. Next time? Dude, oh my god. I can't believe it's still going. All right. Not that I mind, I'm just saying I'm surprised. Well, I understand you're the judicial assistant to the defense, but why is this sudden ingress into our courtroom? Huh? Judicial assistant? And a woman, no less. Hey, what do you mean by that, dude? This is the first, like 7 hours first case. No wonder, that's longer than some whole games. That's true. That's very true. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law, other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I only asked for 5 minutes of your time. Damn, that's fucked up. I didn't realize that everybody in here was just a man. I didn't realize that. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Okay. Ha ha ha. You're too late, little girl. The trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Elegancy, I'm most grateful. What is this? What is this evidence? Oh, there she is. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please simply accept this for now. What is this? A report about something written in English? It's Jezebel's research. Oh, was she making poison here? The English woman's. After the trials resumes earlier, I hurled back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Ah, yes, that's right. Miss Burdett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? Why kill him? To take his research? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no. Of course not. Special characteristics of pure rare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Pure rare, what's that? I've never heard of that word before. Pure rare. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of the female trespasser from the courtroom. Me too, Dirt. There was too little time for me to read it in detail. But I've summarized what I could on the notes just inside the cover. If you think it could be viable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Jezebel's research, a report detailing an unknown poison that Jezebel has been researching during her time at the university. So she's been planning to kill him for a long time. Or for a while, at least. Goodbye, then. And good luck. Whoa, lady. Where'd you learn that teleport? Hold up. Where did she learn to teleport? We had long enough. You've had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. Ellipsis. Ask the prosecution and the defense. I ask the prosecution and the defense now, one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I assume not. The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Yeah, sure you have, buddy. Nothing more to add, Your Elegancy. Ryu, we're out of options here. This really is our last chance. Yeah, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. That unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Barrett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer? It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid It's not so very long until tea time. Who gives a fuck about your tea time? Forgive me, Miss Bright, but it seems I wasn't clear. I realized it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel. What is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? I like how they kept the original sound effects. Can we examine it? A poison made from bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. The effects: instantly paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in a minute dose. Oh, damn. Route of entry: the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Huh. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it is believed that the toxin could have applications as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the repository arrest caused as a result of a full body paralysis must be found first. Oh, I'm sorry, respiratory arrest. Sorry. Must be found first, or the patient would die of suffocation. Okay.
Yes!
Miss Jezebel Barrett, we understand that you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Umai University, doing research. Ellipsis. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as Cure Rare, your elegancy. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete and utter nonsense? Cure Rare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. You wouldn't have done? What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Cure Rare before one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Cure Rare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of a highly deadly poison. Ah! Order! 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 Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, Here rare has been used by the tribes people of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among England, European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The reports state that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Barrett? Wait. Are they like forcing me into saving? Because I didn't even press the button to save. Okay, alright. Got me a little worried here. Or maybe I hit it by accident. Ellipsis.
Objection!
Trumpery. These assertions are utterly trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming, withering in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. Didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man loses all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with the chair under him for support, Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazama. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. It said about suffocating. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that cause the respiration to fail. Respiration. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all while the victim is conscious and aware, unable to move. Damn, that sucks. That's hideous. That is. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was simply peaceful in slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That's the true nature of this Desi curare poison. Damn, nobody in the trial is even saying anything. Damn. And you're suggesting that this bottle, counsel, actually contained that terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? What is this? Hi there too? Is that how you pronounce it? Hi there too? I have no idea. This hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts. You think you're so clever. Damn, she told him to shut up again. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Hey, good morning, Sam. Happy Monday. Good to see you. We're in a tense case right now. Dear lady. Like with? Oh, with here too? Is that how you pronounce it? With, well, no. With her too? With her too? Dear lady. Ellipsis. But with an H instead of a hitherto. Hitherto? So this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Barrett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act.
Objection!
Objection! Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Barrett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? She's gonna drink it. She's gonna drink it and be like, oh, I didn't die. Watch. Watch. I knew it. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry. To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games, these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. Did no one tell her that England is an island too? Also, I'm getting bored of it all. It's time for the games to end. He's gonna drink it. Cheers. Wait. Are you... As are all continents, as a matter of fact. Exactly. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. I knew it. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Even the judge is like, ugh. Ellipsis. Everyone's like, ellipsis. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. Ellipsis. So, no cure rare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. Of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so precisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Urgh. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Ellipsis. Yes, Miss Barrett? I should be... I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the friends of friendship between our countries. For the rents. Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. May I take that the Curé has an expiration date and that it lost its... Yeah, they mentioned it. They said it was 3 days old. The waiter said he opened the bottle 3 days ago. And that it lost all its spark. And now it's just water. This doesn't make sense. There has to be some there had to have been poison in that bottle. How so? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keened over dead. Think. Come on, Ryu. Nosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contained poison. The culprit did put puree poison into Doctor's carbonated water. The defendant refuses to change his position. You serious?
Objection!
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle contained poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Parade drinking the water from it. That's right. Which rather complements your argument, I think. I believe that complements... Oh, I'm sorry. I believe that complication can be explained. How? Exactly. Ellipsis. She has to know this. I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the courtroom somewhere. It has to be. Very well. And if the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed?
Yes!
The answer to that riddle is right here, Miss Barrett, in Miss Barrett's own research.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest, I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent sections, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals all alleged answers to the riddle? The symptoms, synopsis, the special characteristics, the practical applications. It's not the synopsis. It's the practical application. It's written right under practical applications, I think. Oh, really? Go on. Well, think about it. You want to know how the poison... You want to know how the poison can be drunk without it taking effect? That's a practical application of poison's use as a drink, baby.
Objection!
You'll have to do better than that. I shudder to think how we'd fare in the 20th century if we're led by the likes of you. Uh-oh. Yes, yes. Ryu. What? Read properly. Thanks for the conscious advice. Hold on. Synopsis. Special characteristics. Ah, it was special characteristics, not practical implications. Shit. Something that explains how the English woman could have taken pure rare with no ill effects. I'd better reread her research papers to see if I can spot anything. Ha! You don't have any more of a clue about that English tome than I do. It's completely intrackable. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered. Yeah. All right, it was special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this cure rare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel. Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the head of arrows that they've shot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch the prey. The point of hunting is to catch the prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these lace arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they would be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. I love this animation. This is great. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the blood through a wound. Through a wound, you say. I see, that makes sense. Yes. The mention of that particular detail seems a little strange to me, though. So he didn't drink the poison. Huh. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. He had the oral surgery. Yeah. When cure rare enters the body through an open wound. Oh, shit. He got a tooth removed. Yeah, so he has a hole in his mouth. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, man. Unlucky. She got unlucky. When Kira... No, not unlucky. That's perfectly planned. Never mind. He got unlucky. When Kira enters the body through an open wound, it was it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, see, I was thinking that, like, I was like, wait a minute. If he didn't drink the poison, how did they kill him? So I was sitting there thinking the entire time, I was like, well, did they lace the bullet that they shot him with poison? And that killed him? Or... But then, I mean, I guess that doesn't make sense. But no, it makes sense. He'll still have a hole in his mouth. Because that takes, like, you know, a couple days to a week to actually heal or close. Ouch. When Kira enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Barrett, you authored this research. You knew Kira's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking the water without any danger to yourself. Ellipsis, you meddling little... What the... What is that hat? Well, Ryu, it turns out you're even better. You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
Objection! All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it's... Oh, never mind. She told him to shut up. So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. No, your hat makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic natures of the gastrix succus. Oh my god, are you serious? Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers. What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Ah! That's right. Good gracious. But you forget, lady. That's basic science. Science that even schoolboys should be able to understand, no? Order! Order in the court! Order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes. The curate poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even the little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Bitch, please. Ellipsis. What is this? Welling up inside me. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Yes! He did the point! Objection! Yes! I don't think so, Miss Jezebel Barrett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. What was that? Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. Hold on. I gotta save scum because I might pick the wrong thing by accident. He did the point, chat. He said the line. Objection. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As you may know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Curé? Because his medical record state, as Miss Bennett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two dinners. A fatal difference? What is this? The toxic effect of the curare are only felt when poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisonous water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Barrett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Ellipsis. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so peril. What? What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Whoa! Whoa! You see? When you leave vital evidence laying around, you never know what might happen to it. No. I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear. How careless of me. I'm afraid some critical evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. Lady, that's against the law. No! It's the English woman in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from the broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of the mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump that bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel of the prosecution? Ah, of course, of course. You're referring to this photograph print, I presume, dear lady. What about it? That's right. And really, look at this photograph. It's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. Of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
Yeah, this one I don't actually know. No, you killed the victim that day using Cure Rare. And then, in order to frame Ryu Naruhodo for the crime. Yeah, that gun was never fired. You waited until you picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. His face. Hidden gun, you say? I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. J.H. Wilson, was killed by gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ugh. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryu Sanosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish this. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your power of observations were the one thing you really could depend upon. Yeah, so is my power of safe scumming, but we're not going to talk about that. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her hat. So think back again. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Jeez, just when you thought we had her, they sweep the carpet from under your rug and you're like, nope, you're losing again. Every color. Blood. Why is there blood here? Is Kazama right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this scene, of the same scene in my head. Could this be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? It's a clue. Blood splatter from the gunshot being delivered from the opposite side. That's what that is. I was like, what is that? That's blood splat from the gunshot. Actually, Kazama, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Aha! You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryus? Come on then. Let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. In the autopsy, said the bullet didn't go through. Exactly. So the blood would be in front. Would it? Yeah, wherever he got shot, the blood would be in the front. All right, I can't wait. It's been nagging me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it could be, whatever it is, could be the key to arriving at the truth about all of this. Hey, Sam. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about the bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of the steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Where are you going with this? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. A memory? I saw the scene shown in this photograph print with my own eyes. Oh, okay, so we don't see the blood on the... Okay. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on. There was a splatter of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, it can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate on the steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, if I'm supposed to how did the blood get to the back? There's no way blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies that the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite of the professor, as you were. Jezebel Barrett. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
Oh. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all. And I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Barrett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Barrett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector. The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. This inspector dude is all over the place. My God. Is the blood still there? I don't see it. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood man. Show the court. Judge. Of course. Examine the plate. At your leisure. It's clean. Ooh. No blood. No blood anywhere. What? No. That's impossible. I know, I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. This plate's not eaten, though. Did he get the wrong one? Because this one's not eaten. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust the Japanese. You can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Racist. Ugh. Tis, I can't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This little pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings, it's painful to watch. Yeah, no, it's not the same steak. No, it's not. But I do promise to do my best. To forget it when it's all over. Ellipsis. This sorry looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. The plate of the steak has entered the court record. It was removed from the victim's table after the incident. Was the plate I saw, or I thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Ryu, it's not over yet. Not until the final gravel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Never stop believing in yourself, chat. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Never give up. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As evidence requested by the defendant has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial to be unnecessary. Does the defendant have any objections? That bloodstain was going to the clinch the trial for me. Flip it over. In this plate's, there's another clue. Flip it over. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastinations in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Barrett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, isn't it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel, for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. I'm alluding to safe scum, Your Honor. Where precisely on the plate of the beef steak is this clue found? Okay. Board record. Hold on. That's not the same table. This could clearly be the steak that the other guy ate. I knew it! I knew it! Huh? What in the world is this? It's the coin that the guy stole. I'm sorry, you can use the stereotype that, I mean, she ordered a beef steak. That petite girl ordering a steak like this? It's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is the Horyo era, I believe. No, I don't mean. What is it? I mean, what's it doing here? Ellipsis. Wait, did you say it was the Honi Koban? Yes. And apart from the meat juices, it looks like it's been in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk about this Hoi Kuban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never seen a bullin and a bowling. I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means. I'm certainly never expected to find a precisely coin underneath this thick slat of meat. It's well marinated in juices. As well, it looked. What? What are you thinking of eating it? No. But the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing for sure, my heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peel under for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryusuke. The Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. Hey, is it not gonna let me? I certainly never. I know. What precisely on the plate of the beefsteak is this new clue found? Oh, I see. I fucked up. Yeah. Do I gotta exit back again?
Got it!
It's not the right steak. Good gracious, that's a Kuban? What on earth? A Hoyo era one at that. Miss Barrett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on that day in question, isn't it? But it's not the one she received. Ellipsis. Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction. The chef put a coin under a steak?
Objection!
What? Who? No. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in a kitchen? A rare, Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hino Kuban had just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that this is that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under the steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. The only person it can belong to. It's the old man. The owner of the Kuban that was found underneath the... It's the old man.
Take that!
Obviously, it could only be the antique dealer, owner of the Ratsu Hirio. Hirio? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite infamitable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Kuban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired, he was under the table. The gunshot interests me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed. The Huiera Kuban, my prize coin. Then this Huiera coin, do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No, please, why would a Kori Kuda-san Kuban be sandwiched between the victim's beef steak and its plate. It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Kuda-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officers, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. Holy shit, what is going on here? I can't believe we're coming back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Kuban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. What is all this about? Why have I been called up again? Do you realize that it's dinner time for my little boy, Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's furious than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witnesses. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has set on this Rudy shop's owner existence. Be that is, Kori Kuda-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as the Ratsuten memory serves, that's it. Yo, he stabbed him in the foot. That's the one, the very exact one that it is. The represented splendoriferous hidden treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beef steak and its plate soaked in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly. It couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means someone must have hidden it in there on purpose. It was the soldier guy. Because he complained earlier about not having money for his baby. So he stole the old man's coin and he was gonna sell it. Somebody concealed my hidden treasure between a slab of meat and a meat plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an inconceivable thing. Ellipsis. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed. Inspector. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover at the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carvina is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similar executed thefts targeting restaurant-rich clientele. He's sweating. A number of such incidents has been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanna nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? He's sweating his ass off. Yes, I took on the job of a waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Kuban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbiased to us. There was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the Kuan-san is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on the matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole the Korakuda-san's Kuban and hid it under the meat? It could only be the soldier who needed money for his kids' diapers.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Isawa Nosa. What? How? How dare you? You monster. Monster. I stole that Kuban, did I? I'm a master thief, am I? You seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido is the mastermind behind He's blaming his kid. He's blaming his baby. This dude. Oh my god. This clown. It was my baby who stole it, not me, I swear. Ellipsis. Oh my god, what the fuck? Ellipsis. You should push blame for you would push blames for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. If you wish, it's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Ellipsis. You. Oh, ow! Ah! Chippity chap, chippity chap, chippity chap, chippity chap, chippity. Ah! He just got owned by his son. What the hell is going on? Nepom Imperial Army Sergeant Neo Nosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. What the hell just happened? Do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages an Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflict remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for low-ranking office soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heavening with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chopping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a fork and knife, even. Which is worrying. And your target that day was the old man and his Akuban? Ellipsis. Yes, sir. He was an easy target. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring it when it happened. Bang. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Adios too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double. I slipped it under the stake. Hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. Ellipsis. 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 Everybody in the courtroom. Ellipsis. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time? Well, Miss Barrett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. No, this proves that that stake wasn't hers, you idiot. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, your excellency. Indeed. The theft of the coupon was clearly perpetrated by this baby saddler sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. It's totally related. It proves that the stake, he grabbed the wrong stake. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. A sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. No nonsense, is it? Well, ugh. As for picking up your steak and biting onto it without using a fork and knife, it's beyond nonsense. It's purely madness. Very well. Now all questions concerning this witness's testimony has been answered. I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Barrett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Say hold it. Say hold it. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh no, it's just something about Miss Barrett's parting words. They've got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there's a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call it out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Barrett. What is it now? I'm afraid. Just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
Objection! What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryu? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? A sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Proving that that steak is not hers. As for picking up your steak and biting it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposes an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. Miss Barrett's words. If Miss Barrett's words truly contradicts, you will have no problem save scumming this game in proving that you have the utmost confidence of getting this piece correct. If Miss Barrett's words truly are contradiction, where is the evidence contradict? It would be the It's either this or it's the steak. Because this hasn't been eaten. But I don't know which one to pick. I don't know if we pick the steak. Or if we pick the pitcher. We have to determine that it isn't her steak. Yeah, that's the goal, is determine that this steak is not hers.
Take that!
Photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you could see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Barrett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. This is not hers. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Ellipsis. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. What I'm talking about is the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Barrett. Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Barrett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a fork and knife. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been bit. As you can see, there's clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Ah, oh, ellipsis. Ah, it looks like Miss Barrett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a fork and knife, there shouldn't be any teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what's your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Barrett was ravenous. Ellipsis. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice can't possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. I've heard enough. Your irritating little spectacle, samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Barrett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realizes the catastrophic implication those teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryusun, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put, counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes. I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that would prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Shut up!
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been. But just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean the evidence doesn't exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. This trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forth? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't. But there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. Ellipsis. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling that this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth of this whole affair? The waiter. It's either the waiter or it's her. It's the waiter because he took all the evidence, or it's Barrett because she has it.
Take that!
Counsel, I'm disappointed, as this is likely your last chance. I would have expected you to take this more seriously. Judge, no! Good thing. Yeah, you didn't see that. It's the waiter.
Take that!
I should have went with my gut. Damn it, no. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hansanaga. Hansanaga. What? I have it. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. Ugh. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak, as well as admitting to stealing the coin. He told us he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Teen Shun? Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. Okay, I thought he was gonna say meat. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier is the wrong steak. Was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of the steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. Ellipsis? 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 You did switch the plates. Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. He decided to investigate my slab of meat. That'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet was there to arrest and was arrested, I took off to the kitchen and seized my chance. With the military's precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one from the foreign ladies' table. What? You couldn't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, prosecutor son. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform that it is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Bell's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosanaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Burt's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. To preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that actually was on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
All this music! What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on this case. On the case.
Objection!
No. You're not wiggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why This steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Tisk thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Barrett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splatter of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. Ellipsis. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Barrett. Let's not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will now show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak in the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. Oh, I see the blood. Sorry for keeping you. There it is. There's the other steak in its plate. Please, and it's cut too. Please, feel free to examine it. Ah, she's fucked. The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look.
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the other side of the plate. It shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodoa-san to have shot the victim. Ah! It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. Do it. And I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Jezebel Barrett. It's you. Ellipsis. Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. 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 Oh, what the? What the hell is going on here? Where are these chickens coming from? What the fuck? What is going on? What is this game? This is so weird. Yeah, this is more outlandish than the main games. What the hell? Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior from an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Barrett, I think it's time to, you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth it is. This time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using the cure. As you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of the poison would be found in his water, because the cure is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant as long as I did. The only reason I needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of the water, and it would it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over and greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of the water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in the chair that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. Ellipsis. I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use the fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Cure in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt?
Listen.
So I was right. There were 2 guns. Yes. Then when I finished my coffee and got up to leave, that's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun, and as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, she shot him. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhara-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you need to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he had picked up the gun. Yeah, but why did she kill him? So there you have it. That's the entirety of my misdemeanor. That's more than a misdemeanor. That's murder, lady. Your Excellency. Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Can we get the why? Why? I want to know why. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be. Take Tsukachi. Aichu doesn't lose. Not like this. To this rookie student. He loses again. You'd better start getting used to tough opposition. Yeah! Ryu no Sukata Naruhodo. What, yes? This insult to the Yakuchi family name will never be forgotten. You've become contempted with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. That is the way of the world. May you never forget that. Oh, shit! He cut his hair! How did that sword even reach that far? 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Akuchi clan will never measure up to the Aruado clan. Oh, looks like someone got foresight. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryu Nosuko Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and the deduction to unreveal the truth is a modern mythology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that the science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of laws await. But what it will look like, I can't begin to imagine. That is for you, the young, to pursue. Kazama Osagi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you were able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryu Nosuka Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryu Nosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Hey! Holy shit, was that a long case? Oh my god, that was like 7.5 hours. Holy crap. This court is now adjourned. We did it. Woo, we did it. Holy shit. My god. That was way longer than the first Ace Attorney's case. Holy shit. That was like 5 times longer too. I can't believe it. I can't believe what happened. See, that's what I say is a very long case. That was long. It's still not longer than the DLC case in the first game, though. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryu, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazama. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Umai University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Is it the guy? Oh, it's the girl. Congratulations to both of you for providing Naruhito-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Barrett, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on the court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikutaba, assistant to the defense. Speaking of Mikutaba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Niruhado, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend. Ah, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to my university, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Miko Taba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. People want to say forensic science. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard of you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now, besides. It's your turn, Asugi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what happens in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all I can. I swear on it, the spirit of the Osagi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To, Jessica Barrett. I mean, after all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... Uh-oh. What do you mean? Surely she's going to face a trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She'll be leaving Japan in the very near future for Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Isabel Barrett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? Why not? But why not? It's a matter of, consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hasanaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? But we can't... What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her justice? The British Consulting Court will hear her case. Somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now, and that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can invoke a consular court just like that. Can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government making a secret agreement about her fate, does it? Something strange going on. So Jezebel Barrett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for a young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of coup compliance for her. I don't believe it. The British government, the British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Barrett. They are obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. Ellipsis. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is the time for a great turmoil. This new era hurdled by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt that women will receive the judgment she deserves. That woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor, you're right. There's no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryu no Suka is not guilty verdict. Let's go start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. His food is second to none. Oh, is she coming? I shall go and attend the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, and... Oh, yes, thank you. So Jezebel Barrett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazama. Yes? Ryu? I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? The defendants was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during the trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become the great lawyer, not me. What? Oh, come on. Be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, Ryu. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his client. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm a human just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience. But you never stopped believing in me. Well, your face seemingly hopeless situation time and again. But you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it through your own efforts. And because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazama. Ellipsis. There's something I want to ask you, actually. Ryu? Well, it's a favor, really. Something's very important to me. It sounds serious. What is it? Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arrived some rickshaws for us. Let's go. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. I'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. Holy shit. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazama. Professor Miko Taba. Susada-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and the support of these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazama hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. End. Jeez. Holy heck, what a case. Defense debut. Whew. My God. That was... Dude, we went an hour over stream because, my goodness, it just kept going and going and going. My God. There is like no. Just when you thought it was over, it was not over. Jeez Louise. It was good though. That was really good. Holy crap. Yeah, this is gonna be a great game. This is gonna be awesome.